Hi guys, I'm back. What's up? It's 5 o'clock. I just walked 5 miles. If I could get back to it. I just walked 5 miles. Here we go. See if I can show it on my camera here. 5 miles. Do we see? Oh, it's all blurry. 5.07 miles. Isn't that cool? I love the modern age. Like, I love my iWatch. I don't use it for much except exercise, but it's a great little tool for that. They gave it to me like when I signed up for the phone anyways, but yeah. I will chop some metal. Wait, so did I get more tech points? Let's see. $30 tech points. Now, is that really... Oh, wow, it is. So wow. So we want to reverse engineer, huh? God, once human got really a lot better. So, yeah, I'm not using snipers, so we'll use that, and I'll take 10 tech points for that, yeah. How many tech points can I get for that? 3? Oh, wow. So, yeah, so farming heals is actually super fucking lucrative. Wow, they opened this game up quite a lot. I can't reverse engineer like stuff, technological inventions, invention success, harvesting sickle, confirm. Alright, let's take Stardust Source, Sintered Brick. Stardust Source and water. Oh, that makes a harvesting sickle. Oh, wooden weapon body, but I know that one already, but that's cool. Adhesive. Wait. Formula for table or photo frame kit. Interesting. Is my cat? Sissy, are you puking down the back of my computer again? Sissy, get off of the computer now. Off of it. You okay? Stay off the computer. Did I put these in right? I think I did. Yeah. Okay. Wow, they really changed the game. It's like a better game now.
Web drive active.
Alright, I'm on this terrible mission. Oh, those are my robots? Yes, sorry. Okay, so restroom, showers. So we know that that's back. Ooh, can I use the bed? No.
Parameters. Delta unit still operational.
All those balls got blown all over the room, I guess. Hey. I want you on my computer. Stay off my computer, kitty. The hell is all over the floor? What are those things? Chair. They're like bulkheads, I guess.
Web drive active.
Oh, purr, kitty, purr. Purr, kitty, purr. She loves me. Oh, all of my armor is broken. Need copper ore? Okay. Copper ore. Oh, purr, kitty. Dynamic sound, flame essence. I don't know what that is. Is it a deviant? I don't think you can have deviants in this mode anymore, which is kind of crazy. It's a big change. I don't know. Let's go see. Yeah, I don't have a deviant, no. Maybe they do exist, I just haven't got one. Alright. I was trying to repair my armor. Bit good. Journey complete. Use a healing syringe. Craft a healing syringe. Oh, purr kitty. She's just having a nice little purr. Are we a happy kitty? Yeah, we're a happy kitty. We are. Can't run that yet because I don't have power source. Bartender table is something I can do. Cool. I have a bartender table. Oh, purr, kitty. Oh, I love you so much. Oh, are you okay, kitty? You seem like you're gonna puke. Are you gonna puke on me, kitty? Are you like puking up a mouse fur ball or whatever? Wow, this cozy game. I just mixed a drink and I drank it. What's it do? Poor kitty. How do you see your buffs? Can't remember. Oops. To the east of me is a river. I want to go to the river and get some meds. I think she killed and ate a mouse today, and I think the guts and or the bones or whatever are stuck in her gullet. She's kind of half puking. Little biological freak felines. Yeah, isn't Yellow Lotus full-blown heals? I'm fairly sure. It's cool. The storm to the east doesn't have lightning, but the one right by my house does. So I can just do my farming here. I want to jump on this rock and then reach that. Yeah, there we go. You okay, kitty? Poor kitty. Each one of these little plants is like a skill up point. $500 credits. Itchy finger. My finger itches. Where's Vasco? Damn safes.
Increasing.
Falrune Longfang. I've never heard of that before.
Steady.
Oh, I never tried out this vampire's gift. Let's see.
Able.
I like these guns. Thought these were good though. Damage isn't amazing. .98 fizz on this ballistic rifle, but it's a SAR, right? Dude, that's wow. That's actually really good. Yeah, I believe I will sub you out actually, and use you. Well, I don't know. Let's look at value first. Inflictor, Shoddy, Star Shard, Longfang. Let's see what the Longfang does. Yeah, I believe I'll work out my second mag shear for this thing. 76 energy damage is pretty good for how fast it fires. Mag Shears is also good, but it's a really inaccurate weapon in some ways. Oh, there's a gun on the wall. Advanced Kodama with high damage. Oh, I don't know. This Mag Shear is actually better damage. Oh, I don't know. This thing, yeah, but this thing's better. It's got Tesla. I think, yeah. Advanced Razorback, Advanced Kodama. Yeah, the Kodama is also really good. Maybe better than this old Custom Earth revolver. No, this revolver is really strong. But the Kodama is stronger in just every way. Yeah. No, wait. I don't like it compared to the other one. This ballistic rifle is genuinely really good. Better than the Long Fang. So we'll use that. And it's more my style too. This thing is badass. Yeah, that's a lot more my style. This sounds accurate too, I think. Yeah, that won't be accurate, real accurate. Oh, did I miss something in there? No, I don't think so. Oh, I'm sitting here. At least I'm inside the event.
Warp drive active.
This drone is hurt. This thing looks awesome.
A module has run out of charges.
Iraq vessel. Post-incident log. The Oracle has continued to jump. It is completely out of our control. Not only that, but I believe the initial surge of energy we experienced is transformative. With each passing day, more of the crew succumb to whatever residual energy we were exposed to. Most are instantly hostile, but we discovered something.
Dead instantly. Nice. Oh, damn it, I'm back like 2 rooms as well. Yeah. I think I popped a bunch of saves. I should save after every lockpick. Damn it. What is a vortex shard?
Attack vessel. Post-incident log. The Oracle has continued to jump. It is completely out of our control. Not only that, but I believe the initial surge of energy we experienced is transformative. With each passing day, more of the crew succumb to whatever residual energy we hold. Most are instantly hostile, but we discover some are able to retain themselves. Momentarily.
Warp drive active.
Task complete. Enemies successfully routed.
This is a beautiful place. There's no iron ore here, otherwise... Oh, yeah, there is. Oh, look, there's even tin. Yeah, time to move. I think I'll move. I'll put you right out here in the fucking water. Yeah, where it's like really... Cool. Except you're not getting up. And my bedroom is submerged. Kind of trippy. Eh. I need to make simple healing ointments, 32 of them. More than that. Scarlet Calamus, Bellflower. Make some fuses. And a recycling tool. Healing syringes, which takes deoxidants. Yeah, I'm full. Okay. And adrenaline shots. Take 5 of them, yeah. Okay, I think we're done with the level 4. Good. My good kitty.
Warp drive active.
Recommended using ability on hostiles.
What the hell is going on in here? It's weird how it's breathing.
Post-incident log. After the initial jump, areas of the Oracle have somehow been sectioned off by strange energy fields or barriers. The fields allow no one to pass and are somehow able to repel, almost teleport, the trespasser back. I am certain these new fields are related to the Vortex Phantoms. Both resonate with the same energy pattern. The exact same pattern we were studying for Anasco's experiments. Something happened in Dasra. And if the situation is bad here, I fear for our brethren in the city.
One of the power cells dislodged in the last jump. The gravity. Restoring the gravity may pull the cell into place. If I can get to the control room, if I can just... No! They are coming!
Vital. Post-incident log. I am one of the few remaining unaffected crew on the Oracle. Nadine, Basira, and Taras are the only others I was able to find. I fear it's just a matter of time before we succumb to this energy that is turning the others. How long will we last? And will my mind be strong enough to hold out when my time comes? Basira and I have programmed the Oracle to return to Varun Kai's orbit once it is able. All of our research will automatically be transmitted the moment we are within Dasra's range. I pray our work here was not in vain.
Controls! Why will they not respond to me? Work, damn you!
Warning. Gravity procedure initiated. Please check your surroundings to ensure personal safety. Restoring gravity in 3, 2, 1. Power cell connected. Report to operations for system reboot. Drive active.
Oh, cool. Am I getting out of here? This mission's too long.
The Vortex Phantoms. Where did they go? Something is wrong. No! Not now! I have to hold on!
Unhelpful to corpse.
Docking request accepted.
Mainframe reboot initiated. Commencing protocol. Station lockdown.
That might be a better melee weapon finally. It is. Oh no, I don't know. Well, yeah, I'll have to. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's way lighter for one thing.
Completed. All major systems on standby. Mainframe reboot completed. Warning, station jump procedure initiated. Please check your surroundings to ensure personal safety. Jump in 3, 2, 1. Execute. Jump completed. Station lockdown released. Initiating data transfer.
I love the sci-fi stuff with this. I don't care what anybody else says. I don't know why they keep saying the game is bad. This game is not fucking bad.
We've received your transmission. Your orders are to send a representative
Even its
down
boring
here
stuff is
immediately.
good.
It appears we have much to discuss.
Some kind of fog in the window that shouldn't be there. Oh no, maybe it's just the angle of the window, I guess, yeah. The Promised Broken. Now this is, as I recall, this is the intro quest to Shattered Space, and I finally got it done. And this lets you go to Dazra, which is the planet that Shattered Space is on. Everybody complained that they needed to stick to their Bethesda formula, so they made a DLC that was based off of one planet. But that one planet isn't any more interesting than anywhere else in Starfield. You know, it's a little more cluttered, and there's a lot more monuments that matter, kind of, but it's still like kind of the same old Starfield design. It doesn't really change much. It's not compelling like Skyrim at all. You're not like trying to figure out what the next monument is or where the closest cave is. There's none of that stuff. It really doesn't have that exploration. I like Dazra, but it's too purple. I wish they hadn't made it so purple. I've come to understand that really orange and really purple and really brown is not really good. As a gamer, you don't really want to go back to that area because you're like, oh no, it's too purple, you know? Because it is. Dazra's too purple. I don't really like how purple it is. Like, when you're there, it feels like you're playing Halo ODST or whatever. It's sort of dumb. Cool, we're done with this stupid quest. It took so long. It took me like 2 sessions to do this stupid quest because it's so long. Hey, it's my ship. Yes, we're done with this terrible fucking mission. May we never have to do it ever again. Or whatever. No, I'll probably have to do it a lot of times. Okay, give me a turn in. Very good.
Hey, Dad. Want to hear a joke?
Sure. Sweet pea.
Duck.
Yo, man, can always use a laugh.
Okay. Who can jump higher than a skyscraper in New Atlantis?
Operation. I don't know.
Everybody! Skyscrapers can't jump!
Valrune Kai, yeah, it is, and that's...
Good one.
But no, that's Valrune Kai. I guess it is Dazra. Dazra's the city. Valrune Kai is the planet. And so Dazra, but yeah, Dazra, like, yeah, this whole planet. You're supposed to be like, oh, this is the coolest planet in all 1,200 planets or whatever, because it has the most work done on it. But that's not the response. You're just like, oh, this lackluster DLC is kind of boring. But yeah, we'll go to the city of Dazra. I suppose a lot of this kind of has to do with your companion.
Hey, next time you see Barrett, try it on.
My wife in the last game, I can't think of her fucking name. But yeah, one of your companions, she has a lot of lore based around this, and I should probably have her like in my employ right now. But I don't want to go to Dazra right now. I just want I mean, well, I don't know. Once you go to Dazra, I believe it opens up like a whole nother loot table or something. in Starfield, I just opened up Dazra, but I haven't gone there yet, and I'm wondering, do I miss out on any loot table stuff if I don't go to Dazra? Like if I go to Dazra, does it open up Shattered Space loot drops everywhere else in the universe, or can I safely ignore it, or do I need to go there just to unlock loot tables? I didn't say loot. I didn't say new. I said loot tables. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so it doesn't matter when I go to Dazros, I'm not going to go do that right now. I think I should move the Terran Armada stuff along, but I don't know. Yeah, let's go to the Algrab system and just get that shit over with out of range, yeah. Astrodynamics. No, but I do have astrodynamics. You know, I'm curious to see what's going on with my crew. Vasco is assigned to the ship, but he's not following me, I guess.
Here.
Loading screen field. I always forget that this is 3D. I have to do like 2 jumps at a time or whatever.
Nice to see you.
I think that was credit? Oh, it was, yeah. Yes, that was a credit for something. Oh, there's 2 zoom outs now. I didn't know that.
Now jump down. Take that, Ted.
This one, Zelazny, it's just too far. I love Timothy Zelazny. He's a really good writer. But apparently that's too far. So, okay, I don't know. I don't know what else to do. At least it's instant to go back to a kilo.
Touchdown imminent.
Annie Wilcox. You're new in town, aren't you? That means I'm gonna keep my eye on you. That's a real suspicious thing to see. I work for the Freestar Rangers, and that's not some. That's right. She's just, well, except I'm the best someday. So what? Are you gonna be a lot? I had a feeling you'd say that. Is that? Well, if I was you, I'd watch my step. Ain't no lawbreaker. Don't say you ain't. Aquila City is just, and it's up to us.
And Ranger surveillance assistants.
Someone's stealing guns
and none of the adults believe.
So we're hoping. My mother is sick, and she said that I am. Emily was right. I was doing my ranger patrol one day. I watched him as long. first thing in the morning. I told him about this. Exactly. This case was too big.
I'm an assistant.
And we found out we just need a cat. You're doing Aquila City. Best I figure, we need to bring him.
What? Thief? I mean, oh God, no.
Beginning combat.
Just finish it.
Don't anybody move. If it ain't the hero, and who do we have here?
I...
Smart move. I got a tip. Was little Annie actually... I kind of always thought she was... I got her from here. And...
Why am I reporting back to a child, Bethesda? You're so dumb. I kind of think that's what you do when you resell Skyrim 50 times. Why am I reporting back to a child? I don't care what the child thinks. So dumb. Well, if you're gonna run me past the doctor, I don't think I'm sick, but...
Some days it feels like if you're hurt or need med. Let's have a look at you. Oh, that ain't you. Hold still now. That should do it. Hopefully I won't be seeing you too soon. Sure. Here.
No amp.
Stay safe. I mean it.
Did you catch the...
Annie, what are you doing up? It's way...
Mom, you got him right. I knew it.
Annie L. Wilcox, what did you do?
I told you about it. You know the Laredo robberies? Well, we caught the thief.
Wait, so that's real?
Of course, Mom. I told you.
She's telling the truth. You're not pulling my leg, right? Whew, boy. Annie, we'll talk more about this later. But I'm proud of you. But you've got to be careful.
Yes, Mom. I'm gonna be the best ranger surveillance assistant ever.
Thank you for helping my girl, and Lord preserve.
Gotta be 10 grand. That's close enough. Give me 10 grand. Oh, no, I have to go talk to this guy now.
These rangers are some hard-blooded folk.
You've been busy. So, man, there's a... You're the I know you're formidable.
I love Mithras. I love Mithras. Mithras. I'm a Mithra. I've always been a cat girl. I'm a Mithra. You understand? I claim Mithra.
Let's see what's on this ball.
Hey, Dad. Will you read to me tonight before bed?
Read to you? Sure. I'd like that very much. You haven't asked me to do that in a long time.
And will you do funny voices for the characters? Like you used to when I was little?
You just try and stop me.
I didn't win this Hawk blueprint, damn it. I got this VNI. Yeah, VNI. That's like 30 million in a fucking couple of mouse clicks. That's better than that whole mining op that I did today or whatever, almost. I love the HyperNet. Oh yeah, Sarah dies in this one. I lost my wife. God damn, I forgot about that. I forgot that they killed Sarah. They fucking kill Sarah, which is like the whole reason that you're supposed to like beat the game and go to the different Unity and go to a different reality where Sarah doesn't die. And I didn't even realize that the first time, because the first wife I took in my first playthrough was Andreja, because Andreja doesn't die, but Sarah does. Sarah dies. Fucking Sarah dies. It's something that I didn't really understand because I was so drunk when it happened to me. But they killed Sarah full blown, like some crazy Unity dude shows up and just wastes Sarah on the eye. She's there alone with the guy. Oh, here we go. Guardian Veterans. Okay, so let's just launch a mobile tractor unit now. And I will orbit at 30 km. I will watch the Alldayerrydaybaby Vespa. That's all I know, really.
Our module has run out of charges.
Why am I 160 km away? Because that's how far these fucking guys took me. Can I warp?
You cannot warp there.
Oh my god.
Because natural
It would be
phenomena
faster to warp
are
in and
disrupting
out.
the ship.
I think. Yeah. It's gonna be way faster to... oh, I don't know. It'll take me 160 seconds. 160, was that like 3.5 minutes? Yeah, it's gonna be faster to warp in and out. More adrenaline shots. No, I don't have acid. Oh, then why do you have it on the list? Oh, well, I don't know. Okay, but I don't know. I'm out of acid. In the game, Once Human, isn't there a way to trade Stardust Source for acid? Oh, yeah, it's a meme spec. Around level 42, which is fucking terrible. I like my submerged bedroom. I think that's actually such a cool little touch. I don't know. I'd like to move all this stuff upwards to the next floor. Okay, I can do a vending machine and offer Stardust Source, which I think people would buy, yeah, for acid, yeah. There's a door here for some reason, which I don't really understand. I don't really need this here. Let's get rid of it. Fuck, is it ice already?
Your dad's just not as young as he used to be.
Hey. Do we do dinner or do I cook? Sure. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not pressuring you. I just didn't know. You know. Yeah. So you want me to come in when? Okay. I understand. Okay, I'll leave you be, and I'll reach out when you're ready. Fuck, I have to log my other character in. Oh, I didn't jump in my aux, so I can just leave. Yep, that's good. Okay, I should have, but I didn't. That is loud. What is going on? Stop. Stop this now. Yeah. We're okay. It's a detonate. Yep. Mithras. I should live on Mithras, but there's nothing here. Just a dead moon.
Let's see what's on this ball.
How many planets are there in Starfield? Do they, like, does that include all the moons and everything? $1,702.
Autopilot engaged. Victor Stargate. Warp drive active.
I don't remember the wings splitting like that. What the hell? Why are the wings all split like that? That's weird. Did they change how this works?
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, they did. They like changed. Oh wow, they changed the wings on the Council Diplo shuttle.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
We've been piloting ships wrong. No rudder is so cool. We've been piloting ships wrong. Ooh, small.
Warp drive active.
Oh no, you deceived me. No. Go, take me back. Take me back, you bastard. Let's see what the one big shitstorm. Jones don't need them. Am I mining? Yes, I am. Didn't think about that. An international space station. The International Space Station. God damn it, you won't let me type! Let me put a fucking space between the words, but you're not going to let me. You're not going to let me move my cursor over so I can put a fucking space between the fucking words. You're so annoying. Put a space. No, put a D. I texted this to my friends. It'll burn to a crisp. On the way. I can't wait for that day. I don't know why that's so funny, but I don't know why that seems so funny to me, but it's so fucking funny to me for some reason. That's not that funny, but it is. It's fucking funny. That's not funny to you? The ISS, okay, the International Space Station is going to burn to a crisp on reorbit. God damn it. Let her burn. Let her burn. Let her burn. She gotta go run, let her burn on re-entry. It's so do you, Dr. Jones. I'm walking on sunshine. We pay less for our light. And that's the plot of that episode. This inventor. Ikitursa. Tarnished dragon. I mean, come on. I don't know. No. Never heard of his core. Fucking weird. Crom Quatch. Let's look at Grey Ignis. Rage against the dying of light. Tuner Hoss. Precision Grace Power. What can they do in Isaac? They can't. Waste time. So we have an Iki Tursa here. This is him. Just wondering. Yeah. Oh, I've got family dinner. I've got to tip this orca and go home. No, wait, this is the wrong pilot.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
No, no, not 200 mil, no. Okay, I'm getting off for family dinner, guys. I'm going to pause it here. Okay, going live. What's up, guys? Skycatlive. Going live. Big surprise. What's up? I just had family dinner, and the Democrats lost the midterms. Big surprise. The Democrats lost the midterms. It's 5/19/2026, and it's a Tuesday. And the Democrats lost the midterms, which is like pretty much we lost the Democratic Party. And I mean, I'm not kidding either. It's like basically that's kind of what's at stake here. It's insane. Let's go to YouTube and look at the political fallout, but it's going to be insane. Oh, Trump goons hold Christo-fascist rally with MAGA freaks. Oh no. Lobotomize me, the Rat Utopia experiment live in a cave. 2 teens enter residential treatment programs. They left with very different experiences. Philadelphia is sitting on a toxic time bomb. What happens next? And the real reason bonds so deeply with cats. Ice abducts MMA black belt, lies that he is an armed terrorist. Oh, God. So nobody's talking about the Thomas Massey GOP primary, I guess. There's Fox News, but we can't do Fox News. Putin meets Xi Jinping. So Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones and Rick Jackson advanced to Republican runoff for Georgia governor. Let's look at top news, but that's all you have? That's all you have. This is why it's hard not to be nihilistic, yeah. We'll go look at the Fox News a bit. But can you show me like an AP thing here? Wow. Trump worked against you and you lost, which is insane. Oh my God, anyway. I gotta put my headphones in. I'm sorry, I forgot I was on speakers here and you guys are getting double sound. Excuse me for just a second. Where's my pen? There it is. Okay. I'm gonna charge my watch because I believe it is low. Yes, and Massey lost. Massey lost. Massey lost.
All right.
Massey lost. I can't believe Donald Trump backed a Democrat.
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrine in Tel Aviv. I did get the call through, though. I have called and conceded the race. We've been honorable the whole time, and we're going to stay that way.
Yeah, good for him.
You know, welcome to the most expensive congressional primary ever in the 250-year history of this country.
That's what they're saying, and we lost. We lost this. It's weird. Like, well, I mean, the Democrats assured the spot.
It's not just the most expensive. This thing went on longer than Vietnam.
I don't really understand. Can you help me understand how deep of an impact it is that Thomas Massey lost today for the Democratic Party? What's at stake here? Because, I mean, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican either. I don't really know all the ins and outs of the traitor parties. To understand the impact of Congressman Thomas Massey's primary loss today, it helps to look past the usual team sports view of politics. Even if you aren't a registered Democrat or Republican, this race is a massive deal because it alters how power works inside Congress and it directly impacts the Democratic strategy for the upcoming midterm elections. Massey's loss to his Trump-backed challenger Ed Gowrine in Kentucky's 4th District primary ripples across the political aisle in a few major ways. The real-world stakes for the Democratic Party. On paper, this district is deeply, solidly Republican. A Democrat was never expected to flip this specific seat in November. However, Massey's ouster matters intensely to the Democratic Party for 3 strategic reasons. Losing an unlikely tactical ally. Massey is a strict libertarian-leaning maverick because he voted on rigid personal principles rather than party loyalty. He regularly voted against his own party's leadership. He fought the White House on multi-trillion-dollar spending bills, opposed foreign aid packages, and actively challenged military interventions like the war in Iran without explicit congressional approval. For House Democrats dealing with a tight Republican majority, Massey was a chaotic wildcard who would occasionally side with them to block standard Republican legislation. Facing a more uniform voting bloc by replacing a libertarian rebel without Ed Gowrine, a retired Navy SEAL who campaigned explicitly as a loyal foot soldier to the president's agenda, the Republican voting bloc becomes significantly tighter. For Democrats, a more unified opposition party makes it much harder to peel off dissenting votes or stall White House legislation. The diminishing tent defense. Right before the election, Massey himself warned that if he lost, a distinct chunk of independent, anti-interventionist, and libertarian-minded voters would feel alienated from the GOP. House Democrats will likely try to capitalize on this fractured win over moderate or independent swing voters in closer districts nationwide. The broader shift in power. Outside of the immediate impact on Democrats, the race shattered records as the most expensive House primary battle in U.S. history, with over $25 million poured into local advertising. The extraordinary spending highlights a deeper structural battle. Massey was aggressively targeted by pro-Israel interest groups like AIPAC due to his constant votes against foreign aid, alongside a fierce revenge tour campaign by the White House to clear out remaining internal critics. Ultimately, for anyone watching from the outside, today's outcome signals a massive consolidation of power. Independent, anti-establishment voices within the Republican Party are being systematically replaced by unified party line voters, completely reshaping the chessboard that both parties have to play on this fall. Ed Gowrine beats Republican Thomas Massey in the Kentucky primary. This video provides immediate on-the-scene context and reporting from NBC News covering the final voting percentages and projections directly following the closing of the polls in Kentucky. I don't need to hear this loser speak, and I mean that quite literally. God, Gwen was fucking beautiful when she was young. I mean, she's still beautiful. Two teens enter residential treatment programs to live with very different experiences. Trump goons hold Christo-fascist rally with MAGA freaks. Costa being Tony Soprano. ICE abducts MMA black belt, lies that he's an armed terrorist. The incumbent Thomas Massey concedes raid to Trump backed Ed Gowrine. Why did Trump back a Democrat? It seems insane. They're saying that U.S. Senate advanced this measure to limit President Trump's war powers. This is Wish TV.
Congress took a step today that could possibly restrict President Trump's war with Iran. The Senate has advanced a measure aimed at limiting the president's war powers by requiring congressional approval for any future military action in Iran. 4 Republicans joined nearly all of the Democrats in approving the measure. The vote to advance the measure comes after the Senate previously rejected similar efforts 7 times. Several Republican senators were absent for the vote, making it unlikely the measure will succeed its final passage.
Progressives are taking over.
Sam Cedar on the majority party. Emma Vigeland out today on special assignment. Want to welcome back to the program Ryan Grimm, journalist, co-host of Breaking Point's co-founder of Dropsite News, who was just in mid-tweet when we brought him on, confirming that he knew people who bought oysters from Graham Plattner.
Take that, New York Times.
Yeah. A lot of important stuff going on over there. Is there a question as to whether Plattner was actually like an oysterman, or was like some question like, was he doing lobsters, or this guy's, he's dragging soft-shell clams in? What's going on?
There's some effort to call into question whether or not he's actually an oysterman, or whether he's just kind of playing games at one. It's ironic there, now that Abdul El-Sayed and Plattner, he's leading, Plattner's winning. They're taking El-Sayed down a few pegs, and they're trying to push Plattner up a few pegs. They're like, this guy's not as elite as he says. He wasn't actually a physician. This guy Plattner, he's more elite than he says. He went to this private high school. So maybe they're just gonna meet in the middle, and they're just then average guys each.
Well, I mean, this is actually this is good, because I wanted to talk. I want to touch on all the stuff about the sort of redistricting wars and whatnot, and maybe we'll get to that. Why don't we start with this, because it is sort of fascinating to watch the freak out that is happening. Like, because you and I have been doing this stuff, I mean, for 20 some odd years now, from your days as a cub reporter at the HuffPost.
That's right.
And there's never been a time where I think the establishment corporate wing of the party was as back-heeled as they are now, which is not to say that they still don't retain power in the party, but they're more back-heeled than I've ever seen them before, and they're flailing in a way that I also haven't seen them before. Like, we saw the abundance thing, and whatever you think about the zoning restrictions in San Francisco or in specific parts of California or whatnot, they attempted to make that into some type of movement because they realized, like, they can't push the sort of moderate centrism. It's quite obvious what that is now, and they're freaking out.
Yeah. No, it's true. They freaked out a little bit at Bernie Sanders, but then they were in 2015. But then they're like, all right, we've got this under control. Then they freaked out a little bit more when AOC and the squad came in, but they're like, nah, we've kind of got this. But yeah, it's just been building and building and building, and the anger continues to build. And I think what they're seeing is that the thing that was holding back the kind of Bernie and the squad was that Democratic primary voters still had a lot of respect for the institutions of the Democratic Party, and even for their individual leaders. That's gone. Like, yeah. Chuck Schumer, somebody was telling me they were at a room full of most of donors for like a book party event, maybe 50, 60 private thing in Washington, D.C. And Schumer got the iciest reception that she'd ever seen him get anywhere. And this is among like party brass.
Right.
Like even the like everyone is like, you guys have led us to Armageddon and defeat.
People forget, like, Nancy Pelosi amongst Democratic voters had something like a 80% approval rating, and Hakeem Jeffries is, I think, isn't in the depths that Chuck Schumer is.
Right.
But he's not at a 60 or 70% approval rating by Democratic voters. I mean, that seems to be the big difference, is that really just the Democratic voters are changing in this way and are being, in some ways, more sophisticated. And the way that they're attacking Plattner, still even, a little bit, and the way that they attacking Abdul El-Sayed, Chris Robb is running for Congress in Pennsylvania's 3rd, I think it is. Yeah. We had him on. And when he came on, I realized, like, I had interviewed him. He used to be a blogger back in the day. Netsian, I think it was, or something like that. I mean, I don't know if you remember that blog.
He's an OG.
Yep. And we're seeing folks like Cory Booker, Josh Shapiro, apparently coming out against him, and there's some controversy about one of the was it Sharif Street who had tried to redistrict away other Democratic seats in the state to maintain his. Yes, this is like in 2022.
Yes.
And I mean, the problem I think that it's becoming clear is that the argument always used to be Democrats have to win this, so don't get too ambitious on an ideological level. And they would claim that it was ideological ambition. And I think we could argue against that. But the idea was, don't be going for somebody who's so progressive because we need to win this.
Right.
And I think what's being revealed is that, like, this cadre of people don't know how to win.
Right.
And don't necessarily care about winning outside of themselves.
Right. Yeah, if your whole thing is being a winner, then you can have to do some winning. And Sharif Street's one is incredible because, he cut a deal with Republicans in Pennsylvania. The courts came in and like blew it up. So like, it wasn't as if he even failed at that. Like, he only failed because of the courts. He took Brendan Boyle and Dwight Evans, their congressional seats, and mashed them together, trying to force a Democrat on Democrat primary so that he could have this other seat that he could then run for. I mean, and his dad is like a corrupt, Pennsylvania legacy guy too. And it would have meant fewer Democrats in both the state level and the congressional level. And he was comfortable with that in order to, get a leg up himself. And that was just a couple years ago. Yeah, I think you're exactly right that regular voters are like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think and they're tired of the sort of like the failure of partisanship as opposed to from an ideological standpoint. And one of the things that I think that it's clear, I think like when you look to Michigan, ideology is definitely playing a big part in it. I think one of the things that helped Plattner was a certain amount of partisanship too. I mean, he obviously ideologically is also very much to the left, but he articulates an idea of like, we've got to fight these people. Like, we can't not go into it. I mean, and
also like, how many? I think Maine voters were like, how many moderate women in a row are we going to put up against Susan Collins? So I think some of it was just raw identity politics from Maine Democrats who were like, we've tried this type of moderate centrist Democrat against Susan Collins so many times and we get waxed every time. Let's try something different. So I think that played a role too. That they're like, yeah, you guys aren't winning.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's some of that is changing on some level. But let's talk about the one other element to this, and I want to pivot into, like, we don't have a DNC autopsy apparently because Ken Martin. One of the stories that we've been given is that it was just done so poorly that it's embarrassing to show people.
Prepared to believe that in part.
I am too, although it does also feel like a limited hangout in some respects.
Yes.
In that there could be other stuff that's worse. Who knows? It's quite clear we're not getting it. In fact, I mean, and there was a piece in the Bulwark by
Rob Flaherty.
Rob Flaherty, who was in charge of like digital. Is that basically it?
Yeah, and he was in the leadership. Yeah, he's in the senior leadership.
And, it's an interesting piece. It's definitely worth reading. There's some parts that I want to highlight as we talk. I have to say, in general, I'm skeptical. Because this is what I would do. If I'm on Project Limited Hangout, I'm going to get out there. I'm going to give my version of the autopsy. And if I have some friends I want to protect, I protect them. I do a somewhat mea culpa, but it's like really a mea cul, and I'll save some of the pa, and that's what's going on there. But there was a couple of things that I thought were interesting in it. What was your? Let me hear your take on this. Just the overall arching both the idea of we may not see the autopsy and what Flaherty wrote here.
He writes it in this very marketing-oriented kind of Democratic style, and he talks about the lack of a brand identity that Kamala had. And while I recoil at the use of that kind of language when it comes to politics, okay, fine. Like if we use that language, yeah, like she didn't really have a brand other than the Brad Summer type thing. But to the extent that she did not have like a Mamdani brand. Mamdani had a brand. He's gonna make New York more affordable for you. Like you got that from him, and he loves New York, and he wants it to be for everybody. And he didn't. I would have liked to see him get into more of the kind of the fight between Mark Cuban and Reid Hoffman and the major donors who prevented her from having that brand, because that brand would have cut against their oligarchic interests.
Looks to me like you.
That part was real. There was two things that I thought. I mean, in that way, that was missing was, everything was supposed to be like, we're going to do what Biden says. We're going to be an extension. We're not going to make any changes from Biden, which was also a decision that was a bad decision. We'll talk about Gaza in a minute, but just in general, and in a change election, that was a bad decision.
Marquez is all right.
If you're going to do that, then why not promote the most popular aspects of Biden's agenda, which were the antitrust and the labor stuff,
right?
And the extension of like all the the problem is the American Rescue Act stuff did not have durability. It got sunk in Build Back Better. You could have pushed those, but like you say, they couldn't do that because Tony West, because of Mark Cuban, because of the chief litigator for Google, who was fighting the antitrust and doing her debate prep. I mean, so there was the lack of a brand was a reflection of a campaign and maybe a future administration that was unclear as to what they were doing and cutting against their sort of like best attributes. The stuff with, but there was other stuff like they shut down Tim Walz, which was I think part of that fight. They shut down the weird stuff, which was I think the single most effective thing you could say about Republicans ever. There's a story about where they shut down using Project 2025 as a thing and wanted to call it the Trump extreme agenda, and then they sort of dropped the ball on all that. What he writes it as if it was just like just a poor choice of assessing what to call it, but there's been a habit over the past decade with Democrats, particularly like Biden Democrats and Schumer. I mean, of not tying Donald Trump closely enough to the Republican Party. Like,
or just being gentle, just being too gentle. And not, I mean, it's not gentle to say extreme, blah, 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 but those are not words people use. Like, what do they say? Extreme Trump, like whatever.
Extreme MAGA at one point they called it, or something like that. But my point being that they always tried to separate MAGA from Republican.
Right.
And, and then they had another qualifier, extreme MAGA. So we have three different types of people that we have MAGA, extreme MAGA, and Republican. And the fact is that every single thing Donald Trump is getting away with,
I could just take
all
my
of the
pants
incredible
off,
amount of corruption,
I'm taking
all
my
of the
pants off right
all
the
of it
fuck now.
could not happen if there was 10% of the Republican Party that said, no, this is way out of bounds. This is a Republican Party project. Project 2025 was a Republican Party project. It has all of the greatest hits from the years and years, and they never tie them into one. Schumer was allergic to it in 2016. Clinton was too. like the last 3 months of that campaign, it was like Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell were on like, a witness protection program. You never heard anything of them, and they should have been held to account. But they wanted to protect the fever's going to break, the Republicans are going to come around. We need a strong Republican Party, all that stuff, and they still wouldn't do it. The other thing that struck me was the Gaza stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And some of this I agree with. I've been saying this since in the run-up to the election. Given the Biden administration position, Gaza was an impossible issue to communicate around. Now, that in of itself is also like, excuse me? It wasn't the Biden administration's position. The campaign seemed to go at great lengths not to differentiate whatsoever. They could have had a slightly different position. They could have indicated there's going to be a change. They could have indicated any of that, but they didn't want to. That was a choice.
Right. And a terrible choice.
A bad choice.
Yeah.
But it says protesters drove coverage away from campaign events. Digital creators or even supporters were afraid to say anything nice about Biden because their comment section would get rocked. I mean, also, I could just say, speaking for myself, I was so disgusted by the policy that I didn't want to say anything nice about Biden, even though there was a lot of things that, prior to his Gaza policy, I was one of the best presidents I've had in my lifetime for my issue sets.
Yes, there's actually a tweet that from Prem Tucker right around October 7th, 2023, of all the things that Biden had just done like that last week when it came to like NLRB, antitrust, IRA, like a list of like things that you could never even have dreamed he'd be able to accomplish when he was sworn in. And I had the exact same feeling. I don't care about my comment section or whatever, as people can.
Yeah, Biden was thankless, and I don't really understand that. Biden got us out of the Iraq War finally, and that was something Obama couldn't do. And I try to credit that to my anti-Biden Democratic mother, and she can't understand it. It's like, I want to credit Joe Biden for getting us out of goddamn the Afghanistan war, because he did. He called us home. Now, Obama did 8 years of work to make that happen, but but it was on Joe Biden's watch, and that's how it works. If it's on your watch, you get credit, just kind of like COVID. It was Trump's bungle, and it was on his watch, so it's Trump's bungle. It would have been both. It was both of their bungles, but it was anyways.
Keep your nose clean. Last thing I want is to charge you for a DP, an A&B, B&E, or heaven forbid, an MS. But at least then we wouldn't have to worry about a VOP, am I right?
That line is actually quite funny. Kind of an anti-establishment line about how fucking dumb they are with their acronyms. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Standing to say that. I get roasted constantly by my own people.
Oh,
and
even by our people too. We're going to get to that in a second, but
bring it, people, bring it. That never has stopped me from saying anything. Obviously, what was stopping me was the exact same thing you're talking about.
This is like Charlie Day in real life. This guy's, to me, Charlie Day in real life, and I think he's amazing.
I'm so disgusted by what they're doing that I'm not talking about this.
He even sounds like Charlie Day.
NLRB ruling right now.
100%. And for many voters watching the horrific, painful footage out of Gaza, it became a moral question, one we didn't have a good answer for. In ways that may not be reflected in a poll, it meaningfully reduced enthusiasm. And this is what I was saying all the time, because I was hearing this from everybody I knew in sort of like get out the vote, sort of like outside groups who go and motivate people, is that we're telling our people to go out, and nobody's psyched to do this because they all feel the exact same way. Like, this is gross. I know that Trump needs to lose, but there is absolutely, the campaign's not giving us any reason to hope even that it's going to be better.
Right, and the way these campaigns work, that everyone in every social circle, a couple people that are.
The hell?
nobody's psyched to do this because they all feel the exact same way. Like, this is gross. I know that Trump needs to lose, but there is absolutely, the campaign's not giving us any reason to even.
Right, and the way these campaigns work, that everyone in every social circle, a couple people that are pretty active in politics, and then kind of look to them for guidance on how to think about you ask your friend like about the Senate race or whatever. In my case, it's me, and then I tell them. But if you separate that link between the National Party and the people who are in the middle there, that's a multi-billion, costs you billions and billions of dollars to recreate. Like, you can't pay your way.
Beautiful.
Into reproducing that link.
It's the video. The video is fucked up, I guess.
PlayStation will no longer port their single-player games to PC for real. Welcome to Inside Games Daily, the only gaming news show brave enough to tell you the entire story in the first sentence. So the episode's over. We're done.
No, Bruce, it's YouTube. We got to keep talking, and talk we will. I don't know. There's a little more going on to this story. A little bit. It's mostly just going to be talking about the strategies and the whys and the whats and why nows and all that stuff. But yeah, there's I don't know, Bruce, what we got a little more shreds to this story. What are they?
Yeah, that's right. The news comes from gaming gumshoe Jason Schreier, who dropped the hot scoop in a blue skeet yesterday.
Yes, according to Schreier, quote, PlayStation Studio Business CEO Herman Hulst told staff in a town hall Monday morning that the company's narrative single-player games will now be PlayStation exclusive.
Oh, dang it. Schreier adds that this unsourced comment totally confirms his also unsourced story from back in March, which said the same thing. Now, we're not hating here. We just think it's funny. It would be beyond silly to really make any of this up. So he was on the nose.
Yeah, I really can't imagine somebody making up something like this, or even misreporting something like this. It's just the nature of the reporting is a little out there. Anyway, but just to remind you, it's not all games, all right? PlayStation reportedly still plans to bring multiplayer and service games to the PC, and usually on the same day and date.
Yeah, like games like Helldivers 2, Marathon, the upcoming Marvel TOCON. It's the single-player games that will now stay exclusive to PlayStation. Saros, Ghost of Yote, Wolverine, and Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet.
Yeah, I saw a lot of lamentation that Saros was going to be staying on PlayStation console. I understand it as well. But now to the burning question here. Why would PlayStation do this to us, people who play on PC? We're going to psychoanalyze a video game company, one of our favorite activities, right after this.
Inside Games is brought to you by Aniba, your ultimate gaming marketplace. They've got over 40,000 digital products, mobile games, an excellent Trustpilot score, and the hottest deals for gamers of all ages and playstyles. Eniba.com offers a vast selection of products across all sorts of platforms: PC, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, and they've got digital game keys, gift cards, in-game currencies, software, and it's all available at generally great prices. A great example is Forza Horizon 6. Normally it's $70, but on Eniba, you can actually get it for $54.18. A banger of a game, Batman Arkham Origins on Steam, you're going to get for $1.22. You can buy Skyrim on Steam for the $11. You're going to get for $1.22. You can buy Skyrim on Steam for the 11 billionth time at $11.46. Hitman World of Assassination is a steal at $43.93 on Steam. And a game that both Lawrence and I recommend, Far Far West, is $15.71. Eniba runs the gamut on all of those different platforms. You can find pretty much anything you're looking for on the website, and they offer 24/7 live support, so they can resolve any of your concerns regarding all the purchases. I've been using Eniba for years. I've bought many times on the website, and it is really fantastic. It's super quick. They send the key over right away if you're buying a digital key. And I've never had an issue, but if you do, they've got that 24/7 live support. So click our link in the description or use the discount code INSIDEGAMES on Eniba.com to get a discount, to tell them that we sent you to Eniba, and to support us, Inside Games. Thank you very much for the support, Eniba, as always. All right, back to the burning question. Why would PlayStation pull back from their PC ports? Lawrence, answer the question right now. Do it.
Yeah, I mean, we got theories. We can armchair CEO this a little bit. Shocker, most of them have to do with money. So the one that we bring up a lot is that a user on a PlayStation console is more valuable to Sony or PlayStation
than a PC
user
player
playing a PlayStation game on a PC. If they're on a PlayStation console, you can get them. You can get them a couple of different ways. You get your PlayStation Store cut. You get 30% of everything they buy through your store versus through Valve Store. And then you also get them for that PlayStation Network subscription, which incidentally, they just raised the price on for new accounts just in time for GTA 6. So, you know, every quarter, their revenues are crazy good off of their PlayStation Store revenues and also PlayStation Network revenues. So that's two lines of business that they don't get on you if they just sell you one game on PC.
Right, so this all makes sense that they'd want to leverage the prestige, right, of their single-player games, the ones that always get 10 out of 10s, to get more users into their system, their ecosystem. They don't want people across all ecosystems because they can't charge them for all the different things. They want them inside, just like the Apple ecosystem.
There's definitely a logic to the idea that a person who's buying a PlayStation game on PC would never be a PlayStation user. So this is like, it's not like it's the same user that they could monetize more effectively. It's an additional user that they wouldn't have. I get that, but you know, they're the ones who have the data and they're the ones who are making the decisions. So I don't know. From my perspective, it certainly seems that way, and it seems like a lot of companies are getting on board with that. Really, Nintendo is, I guess, the last holdout, and they're making it work too. So they're making plenty of money with their strategies.
All right, so then continue to answer the question: why now are they getting rid of these single-player games on PC? Well, the rollout on PC when they were putting out those single-player games on like Steam and things like that was very mixed. Ports varied in quality. Users balked at the PlayStation Network sign-in requirements for Helldivers 2. And they eventually rolled that back, if you remember, because a bunch of people whined about it. And they were like, never mind. So now they're just going to say, you know what? Screw you.
Yeah, maybe. PC is kind of a more aggravating platform. It's more varied.
I want my Bloodborne.
Its users can be more
That's
demanding.
all. I want my Bloodborne. What happened to
they're
you?
Not as pliable, maybe, as console users, and I think the PlayStation Network requirement was one of those aspects. So it's possible that that's one factor.
One of if not the best Souls-like games is not on PC, which makes no goddamn sense. Why? Because it's a PlayStation game.
Hard to triangulate as well, but it is possible that PlayStation PC ports didn't sell very well in the end, or at least not well.
Yeah, Elden Ring was a bad port in my opinion because it did not have the keybinds down the way it needed to. It needed to smooth switching weapons down the way New World did, but it didn't. It played like a fucking controller game, and so I spent a lot of time switching weapons, and I really don't like that.
Want to hear a poem I wrote?
After a while, I just sat.
Called a haiku.
After a while, I just sat.
Read about them.
A haiku.
What am I doing?
That sounds exciting. Let's hear it.
Okay.
After a while,
it's called space.
I just started using the claw.
Space.
And nothing else, because switching weapons sucked. They sucked.
Fly there like comets, carrying us.
And that's weird because it's a weapon game. Mithras was too far. Could go do that stuff. I should have gone to the other place in the other zone. Visit your new home in Midtown Aquila City. Yeah, take me back to Midtown Aquila.
Offset what they saw as a loss in exclusive value, or maybe the headache of trying to cater to more discriminating gamers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm discriminating, and the fucking keybinds for Elden Ring sucked. I don't think I ever want to play it again.
This is really challenging.
Sorry, after playing New World, I'm like, why is Elden Ring bad? It is bad. It's really bad. The game's not bad. The fucking keybinds are bad. I got so sick of changing weapons in that game. I was like, what? Why is this so hard? And you'd have to hit like left on like numpad or something, or like X or C or something. It was such a weird fumbly keybind that I really didn't like.
Interrogate. Since PlayStation really never reports their revenue broken down by platform, this is all kind of a circumstantial thing for each individual game that we sort of like can measure, we can check on to see like, oh, God of War sold a lot, but then Horizon didn't sell. You know, who knows?
Yeah, this is all.
Here's a girl named Tunnel Snake's Fool, which is just what?
Fairly anecdotal. I remember Spider-Man 1 and God of War 2018 doing crazy well when they hit PC, and it seemed like a very bright future for PlayStation's PC ports. But then it seems like interest just sort of went down over time. We get some sales numbers on recent PC releases, so Alinea Analytics actually did all the guesswork for us, with Death Stranding 2 predicting that the PC version had sold 425,000 copies on top of the 1.6 million sales on PlayStation. You know, that would put the PC port at a quarter of the game's total sales, which seems like you'd want, you know, a quarter of your sales. That seems like a really significant portion of sales. So I don't know what's going on there. that seems like a success. But then again, they were probably hoping for more than 2 million total with that game. And that could be just a larger business issue with Death Stranding 2 or those kinds of games trying to find an audience these days.
Yeah, absolutely. Folks also noticed that God of War Ragnarok had very low player counts on Steam, which is also really
I don't care
interesting
about that
too.
game.
Like, I was really excited about getting that on Steam.
I
did.
was not. I am not a God of War fanatic. I don't give a flying fuck about that. I was never a Sony fanboy like that. I don't care about God of War.
But surprisingly, not a lot of other people were.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about the PlayStation magic just kind of like wore off. That's not data. That's not qualitative at all.
I think it was good to be a PlayStation player while it was current. Spent a lot of money on PlayStations. I bought 3 PlayStation 4s. I've never bought a PS3, but I bought 4 PlayStation 2s and 3 PlayStation 4s. I bought 2 Fat Boys and a Slim. And I gave my Slim away to Cloud Candy with my Epic account and all my games on the PSN for her daughter. And yeah. And yep. And so I like those games. They're good games, you know, whatever. But it's like my thing with PlayStation ended when I realized that I didn't like controllers anymore. After I started getting Fortnite wins on PC with the keyboard mouse, I was like, I'm never doing controller ever again. After like shooting a primal bow and winning a match in Fortnite with just my mouse and keyboard, I was just like, no, I'm never doing fucking controllers ever again. I'm not like, I buy controllers from time to time as gimmicks to go, like, you know, to go play a game or something. Like I have a guitar Riffmaster sitting right over there, a little guitar controller and stuff. I like them for novelty reasons, but I would never main a controller game anymore. And if I did, it would be something weird like an MMO, like Final Fantasy 14 or something. It would never ever be like a normal controller game like Fortnite or any of that. This lightning, it hurt me. I can't pick this up for whatever reason. Pick it up. Get me out of the storm. This mode is one of the harder things I've ever done in a PvE game. It just jumps like all this crazy difficulty on you right away. It's like lightning bolts are falling from the sky, and crazy mobs that take 5 mags to kill are going to one-shot you and all this, and it's kind of really brutal in some ways. They're like, that guy, he's going to kill me instantly. See it? I have to bust 2 heals just to get through his initial onslaught. And we summon a wolf and pray, fucking pray that the wolf actually does something. Yeah, like that. There, we got him, but the wolf has to do its job, or you can't really do it. This guy dropped gunpowder, which is not the worst bit of loot at all. This looks like a better garage, but I don't know. No, I guess not. Oh, here's a free thingy. I think I can turn these into tech points. No, I don't know. This seems glitched.
Wait, no, it's not quantitative at all. But yeah, it just seems like a lot of, I think once the novelty wore off, and I think also the port quality kind of went down a little bit. Yeah, and then there's another factor here too, which is that a lot of consoles are turning into PCs, or PCs are turning into consoles. There's a convergence going on there.
And then of course the next Xbox is also going to be a PC. So we're going to have these consoles. We'll have the Steam machine that's coming out supposedly soon. And you can play, you know, PlayStation games in your living room on that Steam machine, and you can do the same on an Xbox with Project Helix, which is meant to be a PC as well. So I think Sony saw where the winds were blowing, and they're like, all right, never mind. We want our living room exclusivity. We want to sell a $600 console to force you to play Wolverine.
Yeah, is Wolverine a $600 game? I
No.
guess, I don't know. I already have a PS5. I think a lot of people do. I think post GTA 6, a lot of people will, if they don't already. So That you know, something just occurred to me though when you would put it like that, Bruce. It really does mean that they are confident in their single player games, the ones that are coming up. Wolverine has a lot of wind at its back, I think. Positive brand association, cool character, you know, world-class developer. It's one of those like all the stars have aligned, but we've seen that not work out before. So they've got that, and then they've got who knows what else. They got Intergalactic from, you know, hitmaker Neil Druckmann. So from what we see, there's a lot of reason to believe that their upcoming single player slate is going to be pretty strong. I wonder if this means, do you think that this is a vouch for the creative value of their single player lineup? Like the games that they see coming up are so valuable that they're like, oh, we can leverage this, and this is how they're choosing to do it? Or do you think it's more of a reaction to market forces where like their single player games don't have the prestige on PC that they do on console? Or maybe have even declined in quality, or maybe the gaming audience isn't putting that prestige on them anymore. So so maybe they're going back to their old format because it didn't work out this way. I don't know. Which one of those do you think it is, or do you think it's a combo?
I think what I think you're saying is you're nailing all of the aspects that are they laid out one bullet point, which was we need to keep them in the PlayStation ecosystem because we can make more money on them. And then they used all the things that you just said to justify that, because it is true. They absolutely can bank on their single player games. They're going to get fantastic reviews and everyone's going to talk about how great they are, but you're not going to be able to buy Marvel's Wolverine on PC. They're going to absolutely get FOMO and be like, damn it, you're going to make me pay $600 to play Wolverine? And people will do it. They totally will. I don't know about a lot, but the people that don't have a PS5 at this point, they're going to buy it for Wolverine and for GTA 6. And then once Sony's got them inside that ecosystem, bang.
Yeah,
man,
I have had the thought of like, should I buy GTA 6 buy a PlayStation 5 just for GTA 6? And I realized how dumb that fucking statement is, and I might be really down on GTA 6 because it's not available on PC right away. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? PC is the main master race now. What the fuck, man? Like, that's like saying, it'll be on Switch first. It's like, nah, fuck you. Weird developers. Rockstar is not who they used to be.
hit them hard with the nickel and diming like I've been talking about for years, because they are nickel and diming. You know, we just talked about the raising the price of the PSN, and they're doing it over and over and over. These things, like they've been sued so many times for the monopoly of their digital store. But again, they can make the most money on you once you're inside the ecosystem. So that is, for sure, the main reason why they're doing this. And I'm kind of glad, thank you, oh merciful Sony, for not taking away our multiplayer games. Because I thought for sure they were going to get rid of those too. So I'm glad it's only the single player games, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, I think that tells you something too. Another kind of weird bolt idea cracked into my head while I was writing over the script. It makes total sense that PlayStation needs as many players as possible in their multiplayer games, because that's what they survive.
Enjoy your new equipment.
Whereas in a single player game, all they got to do is sell it to you once and then they're done. They got your money.
I got more.
So they don't care if you keep playing to some extent. Of course, they want to sell you add-on content and stuff like that, but
you got
two lawgivers.
It made a lot of sense when I thought about it from that angle too, because whenever I'm playing a multiplayer game, I always have a nagging feeling like I'm being manipulated into playing the game, whereas a single player game that kind of doesn't care once it has your money.
I'm working on
or rather the value transaction's done. It doesn't have to trick you into keep playing. But that's what a multiplayer game needs to do to survive. So that's not always bad, right? It's not always the most insidious thing. If you have fun playing a game and you want to come back and play it more, that's exactly how it ought to work.
You must
yeah, it feels like multiplayer games often
succumb to its woes.
They're not trying to necessarily make me come back because of fun. They're making me come back because of other things. So it's interesting to see the business side of it, where clearly PlayStation sees all this value and prestige. It's all front-loaded in their single-player games, and that's why they have to get you right at the front. You're not allowed in unless you have this thing. Whereas multiplayer, they're like, no, we want everyone. Come on in, baby. We'll hit you as hard and as fast as we can to make it easy for you, because you have more value here. Whereas once we have your money, we don't care about you on the other side of things.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They're making money on either side of this, in the sense that multiplayer games and multi-platform, and like Lawrence said, you truly are getting fooled into playing more multiplayer games, these live service games. That's what they do. That's how they work. And if you are having fun, then I guess you're having fun. And then if you're doing microtransactions with Sony and you're paying for the fun, well, then they're fine with it. You're fine with it. Everybody's fine with it. And then the single player games, they're going to make their money on their ecosystem. Same deal, right? So they've got to make their money either way on these games. And I saw a lot of posts on Reddit, obviously, but everybody was really upset about it, including me, about the fact that single player games will no longer be on PC. I saw a lot of posts on Reddit. They were like, they'll be back in 5 years. They'll be back to Steam in 5 years. And I actually tend to agree with that. I really do. I do think that this is not going to work for them. I think this is going to be for the next 2 or 3 years of whatever. Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet. Man, who gives a shit? That game I don't care at all about. Now, I know a lot of other people do, but I don't. Marvel's Wolverine, I actually do care about, and I'm very excited for. So I'm glad I have a PS5 for that. But I do think in 3-4 years' time, it's going to be the same deal. They're going to come back and be like, you know what? Never mind. We are putting out Intergalactic, and here it is. And everyone's going to go, whee! So, but it'll be a few years of exclusivity. They'll have done the experiment. They'll find out whether or not they made enough money on their ecosystem or not. And then maybe we'll be right back to Steam.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that'd be nice. I tend to think with most games nowadays, there's someone making some version of that thing, even if the main rights holder or original creator isn't really doing it anymore. But yeah, for those types of games on PC, I guess you have 007 First Light coming up. But that sort of like third-person, premium, prestige, single-player narrative game, those are really expensive to make. And there aren't a whole lot of competitors trying to make games like that. So it is a bit of a loss, I think, for PlayStation pulling their library back. So yeah, now we just have to hunker down and wait the 5 years for all the... We can catch the third remaster of Intergalactic, and that one's going to be the one that comes to PC. So can't wait. It's going to have the full director's cut. Extra long soundtrack. 25-minute emo songs as you're flying through space. Yes.
Wow, I can't wait. PlayStation, it was fun while it lasted. You know what? I did enjoy playing your...
Yeah, it was like basically the PlayStation bubble's over. I thought it was like today in the modern market. I said this to a friend named Teddy about 8 years ago. I was like, PlayStation is where it's at for the next decade. I don't know if that'll last. But, you know, right now, the real reason that I went PlayStation 4, he was an Xbox fanboy, and I was like, no, you got to go PlayStation. He was like, why? I was like, right now, I don't have enough money to buy a PlayStation Vita, a PlayStation 3, a PlayStation 4, and a PSP console. But, I mean, if I wanted to, I could play any game across all 4 of those. And so when I'm working during the day, I can pull out my fucking PSP or my PS Vita, and I can play PlayStation 4 off of my PlayStation at home on my PlayStation Vita. I can play Bloodborne in my pocket, no problem. And he was like, you can play Bloodborne in your pocket? And I was like, yes, that is why Sony is clearly superior. Now, with like 10 games on the entirety of the PS5 or whatever, I would not say that they're superior.
Can I get you something?
I would not say they are superior. Okay, well, we got all the bright missions, the light missions, whatever they're called. I don't have that many, which is kind of weird. Usually when I take both sets of missions, there's like 6 missions sitting in this list, but there's not. It seems to be that they're like winding this game down now. I suppose I do focus on Dazra and all this. I'll go do other mini quests and get them out of the way. Where am I going? My drones are not attacking these things, which just makes no sense. Fucking dumb. Like, we're here in the pocket. I've killed like 10 of these ships. Why aren't they on me? I have to take this bandage off now, but as it is very itchy. But it did protect my scab from being really, really bad. Yeah, it was so itchy. Thank God it's off me.
single-player games on PC. And luckily, we haven't had to say that about this show just yet. We're not putting it only on the Sony ecosystem. And that's thanks to your support. That's because you guys are watching. We're able to keep it on YouTube. So thank you very much for watching Inside Games. Consider subscribing to the channel, maybe recommending us to a friend who also likes video game news. We are a brave source of drama-free games reporting, or at least we try to be. And we also have a Patreon that you can support. It's a meme dumping ground for Lawrence at this point. So he just throws memes on it every day. And also, we post every video there for free as well on the Patreon. Some folks actually support us directly, even though these beans are free, which is surprising. So thank you, DJ Kento.
Yep.
We have entered the heart of United Colony
Have you ever
Space.
woken up and wondered, Howard, did the developers at Bethesda place the rivers in the Elder Scrolls Oblivion in scientifically accurate locations based off the height map? Well, I have. And I also, through this process using real-world geospatial software, my master's degree in geospatial sciences, and my extensive background in hydrology and decade plus in the field, working on maps and environmental, a lot of stuff, have discovered that the Elder Scrolls Oblivion is missing 4 rivers, while also discovering that their rivers are pretty well placed scientifically. And I'm going to explain both of these things in today's video. So without further ado, let's get into it. Hey, if you're watching this, statistically speaking, you are not subscribing, and you should. Okay, let's get back to it. From what I can gather, Bethesda generates a height map first. They also do cultural maps and faction maps, etc., etc. But for the topography of the games, they seem to generate a height map first. And then from there, they appear to run an erosion simulator on said height map to determine where rivers would naturally be for their games. And in both Oblivion and Skyrim, which I did in a separate video, we can see that they have at least placed, I'm not saying direction of flow, but have at least placed their rivers in accurate, scientifically, locations for where they would naturally be. Now, Oblivion is even more accurate than Skyrim. Skyrim has this funny thing where it seems that and developers have said this, that they want every view to be a stunning one, and because of this, they have added a lot, and I mean a lot, of waterfalls to Skyrim, where there wouldn't always necessarily be a waterfall, at least not one this breathtaking and stunning all the time. Sometimes water just trickles, you know? But they didn't do that in Oblivion, and because of that, and for some other reasons we'll get to later on, Oblivion has very, very accurate river locations. Again, we're not talking about the flow. Skyrim, it's all over the place. Oblivion, the water doesn't even flow, it just kind of appears to in the remaster. But I also found these 4 lost rivers, which I'm really intrigued by. For a game that has so well accurately placed their rivers, why are there 4 missing rivers in the game itself? Well, we'll get into that. But first, I need to tell you how I discovered the location of these scientifically accurate rivers. And it's not dissimilar to what Bethesda has done. They ran some kind of erosion modeler, and I couldn't discern what it was, but I have seen many comments referencing this. Couldn't figure out what the actual modeler was, but
Wait, I think I got a new robot.
Returning to assignment, Captain.
Yeah, I would prefer him over Vasco because he's smaller. Cool, a smaller robot. Nice. There goes Vasco. I had him for years. Why limit the companions?
How can I be of service, Captain?
was cool.
I'm doing something
Noted.
similar. I'm running a
Shark's
predictable
location
stream
nearby.
path.
I don't think ball caps are your
Most
look.
effective
As you
form
can see,
of nutrition
You are
consumption.
fucking beautiful. I like your eyes a lot. But I don't think ball caps are your fucking look.
Water is predictable on Earth, and it would be predictable in these universes as well, and they're seemingly using some Earth physics, not for every element of the game, but for at least their water flow.
Is she wearing a corset?
And I'm running an erosion simulator, or something similar. So let's get into how this was accomplished. Now, how did I even do this? Well, I first pulled Skyrim into my geospatial software. ArcGIS Pro is the software I am always using in these videos, unless otherwise stated. Although, that may change. But first I pulled Skyrim in, because I made a Skyrim video first, and Skyrim has a lot of maps made around it. From having Skyrim in, I was able to line up the outline, or the rough outline, of Skyrim itself to the rough outline that is in the world map, I guess we'll call it, or the Nern map, of the Elder Scrolls Online. And from there, I'm able to place everything else in Tamriel, including Cyrodiil, or Oblivion's map, right? From there, I took a bunch of different versions of a bunch of different maps from all of the games, but we're focusing on Oblivion here. So I have probably 8 versions of Oblivion's map. I have
Nerd.
the height map, which we'll talk more about in a little bit. I have the overhead satellite view map, which is just the game files basically flat on the screen, working similar to how satellite imagery would work. I've also done this with Skyrim. I also have the in-game map, which is just that in-game map. Pretty simple, shows you where locations are. And a bunch of other versions of this map, so I can cross-reference for the purposes of this video. But it's also so I can line up the height map pretty well. Now this is an arbitrary, i.e. it's not a real coordinate system that's being used, so I can't tell you the exact distance from one place to another. It's not a real place with real measurements, unlike things we can kind of do for the Fallout games. This is a little different. You can still run these processes regardless. In there, I added a height map. The height map I added is actually a DEM. What is a DEM? It is a digital elevation model. This shows the heights of different locations on the map. The white on this map is high elevation, and the black is low. And everything in between along that white to black grayscale is different heights. Now, what's interesting about DEMs is this stores very valuable information that the software can utilize to run a lot of different things, from creating contour lines to making these hydrology maps. And we went the hydrology map route for this video, but I'll definitely talk about contours and relief in upcoming videos, because I think it's interesting. Now with the DEM map, this was data mined from the game files itself and is available online, which is a great resource. But that is not the only thing I need to run the processes I'm running for the purposes of this video. So once that height map is in the software, I have to do a lot of things to clean it up. And I won't get into the boring nitty-gritty details. This is not a video about GIS software, but I had to turn it into a single band. I had to fill some gaps. I had to smooth it out a little bit, make it a little simpler. So if you were to zoom in on this, it is a little bit more pixelated than the one you can find online, but it has to be for the purposes of using this software. What's interesting, this is what we use in the field. This is what is actually used to do this stuff for real locations across industry, which is pretty cool. From there, I'm able to generate a direction of flow map. It's a very colorful, bright.
I've always wanted to do this with maps, to be honest, though. Her subject content is cool. I used to think about doing this with World of Warcraft and just like making this crazy 3D map that had all of my secrets and all of my information, so I could just like soar through the map, you know, at night and think about what I was gonna do the next day and stuff like that. I used to dream of doing stuff like that, but I'm also not that nerdy. Where I don't need the game to be this thing that I ponder over
Someone
like a
says they
map
might wanna
as a
join.
submarine captain. I don't know.
Recruit. Been a while.
I really need that.
I know, right? Savage says
Map. I
they
also
go
did
killing
this
people
for
around
Skyrim,
here
and it
anymore.
shows you the presumable
We shouldn't be
direction.
doing that
She's
anyhow.
flashing her tattoo
join
and
us?
dropping her
We're a
sweat
gang.
jacket because
You
the
understand that,
tattoo
right?
really means
Not
something
some
to
daring
her.
adventure
Of water
bullshit
flow,
you can brag
given
to your
the
friends
elevation. That's right.
We
This
steal,
elevation
we
is just
mug,
stored in this
we
raster.
kill
It's just this
if we
black
have
and
to.
white, and that's all the software needs
that
to
come
run
to
this.
us
So we
have
can run
usually
this
run out of
flow
options.
path. I like this one a
So
lot.
are
I
you
love
really
how
interested?
colorful these are. You can also see kind of where water gathers because it'll be a solid chunk of color. From there, I can generate a flow accumulation map. This is going to show where the most volume of water is accumulating on this map. And of course, it is where the bays and the water outlets are. That's pretty logical and predictable. And then I generated a stream map.
Let me
This
tell you
is
about
where
us.
presumably
It's us
all
against every-
streams
It's been a little too
and
much
rivers,
logo, not
tributaries,
the time.
etc. would
We do
form
everything we can.
given
I
the
prefer
height
with-
of this map. And look
Not
at
so
how
fast.
accurate this
What
is.
would
This
you
is
bring?
so cool that you can see
Very
this
useful.
immediately, that
Done
the
anything?
rivers line up perfectly. And yes, this is far better than anything they did for Skyrim, where they chose to leave off a lot of the water
Really?
or turn a lot
I
of the
heard the
water
Freestar-
into
I'm not
trails.
sure what your
But
game
wow,
is.
I mean, most
You're
of the
going up
rivers
against the
are represented
disciples.
in game. We're not
Some
going to
people
cover the
snap.
rivers that go
The
out of
test is to
Cyrodiil
find
or, you know, are in inaccessible
We're fully in
areas of the
alignment.
map for
There's
the
a
most
warehouse.
part because
That's
you
much.
can't actually go
You want it?
investigate
Too
if
bad.
the rivers
I
are
want
actually
someone-
there or not because
Consider
developers
this
never intended you to go into these out of
actually
bounds
going to do
areas. So
this.
we'll ignore those for now. So it's worth noting that to run this stream generation map, which is essentially probably what similar to what Bethesda did, were in their erosion map, because streams and erosion, just look at them very similarly. You're going to see where stuff is most eroded, and where stuff is most eroded is also going to be where streams are, because we're talking about erosion due to water here, if that makes sense. And snow, but that's still water, right? But it is worth noting we did not have a threshold for the water accumulation. Why? Because we don't actually have a scale or, you know, accurate sizing for what this map is. But it doesn't matter. Water is going to flow similarly on the macro and micro scales because that's just how water works. You're going to see erosion patterns at the micro scale, at the smaller scales, that are going to look very similar to erosion at the macro scales as well. Again, water is so predictable, that's why we can run this. But it may also show us some tributaries that aren't necessarily where we're going to see large volumes or river level volumes of water in the map too. And this is evident because we can see our rivers represented, and then we can also see these streams kind of going beyond rivers that are represented in game. That is, again, because we had no threshold. You could still run the software, obviously. But let's get into the actual rivers of the game because they look great and there's a lot of them. First up, we have this river, near perfect accuracy. It is on the edge of the map. It is to prevent you from leaving the map. It's a map barrier, as it were. It's also a border for Cyrodiil. Makes sense that this river is there. This river also is worth noting if you look at the height map in a very, 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 very deep river valley. It's also worth noting overall in Oblivion, their river valleys are very accurate and look like how they would look in real life. River valleys are those deep V-shaped valleys, but maybe we'll talk about the fluvial geomorphology of these games in another video because that's a whole
Fluvial geomorphology. I can't believe she actually said it. It's so attractive to me.
whole other topic, but this looks really good. This lake, which accumulates in an area where presumably there would be water flow, at least according to the analysis that I did, but they did represent a body of water in this spot, so I'm gonna give it a pass and say it looks pretty good. White Rose River, well represented, but it is missing some tributaries. Again, we don't know if there would be tributaries or not because we don't have that threshold for accumulation. There is going to be water collecting in those areas, but it's not always going to be a perceptible level of water. Then we have this lake, another one that probably would be flowing water. Instead, they chose to make it a lake. I'm still going to call it good because it looks great. Then we have the Reed River, which is essentially a tributary for another river. Again, perfectly well represented. And then it goes into another river, which feeds into the Niven Bay, and that looks great too. There is the Silverfish River, accurately represented once again, and now we have a tiny river. I want to highlight these tiny, shallower, smaller, shorter length, and smaller rivers because that is not necessarily a reason before them leaving off the other rivers in the game. You could make the argument, Nikki, why are there lost rivers? They're not actually lost, they just left them off because they're small. No, there are plenty of small rivers that are actually named rivers in the game, and this is one of them. We have the Panther River, which is one of the sharpest bends or the curviest rivers, pretty accurately represented. It's a pretty deep river, and those bends are exactly how I generated them, are exactly how they look in game, which looks great. Next, we have this river, very similar to the other one that is right on the border in that it is very, very deep, and it is just along the border of the map to prevent you from going into other regions of Tamriel. And you can see, again, very, very deep on the DEM. All right, we have the upper, middle, and lower Nibbin, and these are technically...
It kind of looks, and I can't see the whole tattoo, but it kind of looks like she's got Ursula. No, not Ursula. Excuse me. The sea witch from what's it called? The Little Mermaid. It looks like she's got the sea witch from Little Mermaid on her arm.
Bays, but honestly, these are the only ones that are actually the...
It's definitely something with some tentacles. Like an octopus or a snake or something, Hydra.
Size of an actual river in game. Again, the scale.
Maybe it's a Medusa.
Of this game, it makes some of these rivers creek-sized, where the one that actually is wider, and you know, rivers can be very wide. Think of
the ball cap is not your look.
Mississippi, among many others. This river isn't a river. But in my geoprocessing, it put water flow through this area. I think the only reason these are considered bays is because they are the widest ones in the game, and they decided to label them as bays because of how wide they are. But again, all of the other rivers in the game are pretty narrow for how small your character is in comparison to them. Next up, we have another tiny, tiny, tiny river, and it's worth noting because it's still represented. This river is also on the shallower side, so it's interesting that they still chose to put it in there, even though it's shallow. Finally, we have the water flowing out into the actual bay, I'm gonna call it, because it is an outlet into the ocean, and that makes a lot more sense. Whereas the previous bays, the Nibbins, I don't think the elevation changes enough where you're going to get salt water coming up like a traditional bay. So I'm going to call those more river-like than bay-like, because the water is flowing out because it's flowing downhill based off of elevation data. Whereas this one's just actually flowing out into the ocean.
All right, you're kind of boring me here. Rivers are fun, but you know, I don't share the same nerdy interests that you do.
Vistas all over the place where maybe water wouldn't naturally be a waterfall or even, you know, flowing. But overall, both games have very accurate rivers, and I love that. But I hope you learned something today. I really do hope you do. Remember, rivers don't have to have this singular starting point. The rivers of Oblivion start from presumably snowmelt. We can see those mountain ranges around the map. But you won't always see where rivers are starting to form, and I think that is represented in the game too. We have tributaries we don't see, but that's probably because it's an imperceptible amount of water accumulating. Again, the game mechanics don't allow to show that either, but I do hope you learned something. I hope you had fun watching today's video.
There was a lot of really cool rivers in Morrowind. She bored me in the end, though.
In 2026, alongside vague posting, LARP is the term that has entered the folds of my brain the most forcefully. If you don't know, LARPing is actually a pre-existing word that stands for live action role-playing, where you create a character like in Dungeons & Dragons or an RPG video game, and you act out your role as that character in real life. It's like the most sophisticated form of playing pretend from when you were a kid, and an abbreviation for a bigger genre of thing. And up until fairly recently, it was most commonly known as this pretty in-depth in-depth but niche hobby with really devout practitioners and communities. It was the type of subculture that a sitcom or other normie sort of show that your parents might watch would dedicate a one-off episode or scene to. And depending on how good faith the writers were going in, they had an equal chance of picking on them as weirdos who should have a bit more shame, or a group of quirky individuals whose interests were off the beaten path but otherwise well-meaning. But recently, specifically on the internet, it's gained a new meaning. In short, people have been using the word LARP to mean that somebody is a poser. To use it in a sentence, Jeffrey claims to be a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, but you can tell he's LARPing because he thinks that Sonic's arms were always blue. It's like you're pretending to enjoy or have knowledge about something that you actually don't know shit about to try and impress others, or otherwise want to be accepted/respected for having ball knowledge on a topic that in reality, you don't. If you enjoy this video, this card at the end will take you to another one like it, and be sure to drop a like and subscribe with notifications on so you never miss an upload. If you really stretch this word's two definitions to their broadest versions, you can argue that LARP has become a contronym, a word with two definitions that are the opposite of one another. Like if you're an OG LARPer, then it means you're a dedicated hobbyist committed to the thing
that actually plays the role. And then there's the internet's language, which is like you are lying about playing the role
that you're passionate about. But if you're a new age LARPer, it means you're pretending to be really passionate about a hobby that you have limited interest in. One that you want to get pat on the head and called a good boy for faking knowing about. Of course, I'm probably using the word contronym wrong. I'm LARPing it. And that's an oversimplification of how people actually use the word LARP out in the wild. These days, it gets thrown around like MW2 players would fling throwing knives, and a lot of the frustration with the word comes from its misapplication, either because of frustration with it railroading the original meaning, or calling someone a LARPer or fake fan in a situation that really doesn't warrant its use. And I do have some
He's such an odd man. He's got like 5, 10, 15 Xbox boxes in the back. He's got a stack of 40 Xboxes here. And I don't think this man is a fucking poser. I think he actually really knows what he's talking about.
Built in my conscience over this. Even though I know the word poser is like the original term that means the exact same thing as LARP, just without the side effect of steamrolling an entire subculture, unfortunately, LARP is just a funnier word to me. And because it's a fun word to say, I say it more than I should. When I say poser, I feel like I need to add a curse word as an adjective before it. At the moment, saying something like, you dick-licking poser, is the only way I can make it as fun to say as calling someone a LARPer. Something about the P just popping at the end of LARP instead of at the start like in poser just does it for me. One of the funnier Twitter threads I've seen in a while was a goddamn triple whammy of this word. This first guy voices a pretty standard opinion of what we're talking about here. LARP might be the most obnoxious term of all time. Oh, it's overused or whatever. Like, however you feel about the way we use LARP, the tweet is at least legible. But then a second guy comes in with a clarifying post to say, funny thing is, LARP means lore-accurate roleplay, which has absolutely nothing to do with being a poser/fake fan. We are LARPing LARP. And I could agree with the spirit of this tweet. It's trying to give some commentary on why maybe we feel so frustrated by the way LARP is used today. Perhaps some readers already knew on a subconscious level that there was like a thriving sub-community of this thing before the wider internet got its hands on it. And they never made the connection of how the word's meaning had changed until it was pointed out to them. But there was one major issue with that second tweet. A singular factual error. As we've already discussed, LARP is an initialism meaning live action roleplay, not lore-accurate roleplay. World's first genuine triple LARP. The true LARP's a her! And in the middle of that word soup, you may not have even noticed, but I used the wrong word for the type of word that LARP is. I called it an initialism, which is when an abbreviation is read aloud as the letters that make up the term. Think about how we read out the letters in the FBI, for example. But LARP is actually an acronym. The difference is that an acronym is specifically an abbreviation that you read out as a word. Like you sound out the noises the letters make like they were syllables. Think of how we pronounce NASA. We don't say the NASA. Therefore, you could argue I just LARPed at speaking English. I feel like on some level we're all a bit guilty of this, if guilt is even a word we should use to describe it. Where we're just trying to make conversation about a topic maybe we don't know a whole lot about, and hopefully we'll pick up on the more nuanced meanings of things as we go. And you could just ask someone to tell you, but but right now we're LARPing as people who can hold a conversation. And because we don't ask, it might lead to us getting caught speaking on something we don't fully understand yet, therefore getting called a LARPer. But when this idea is taken to its extreme, it's easy to say that any amount of like misinformation or fudging of the details on a topic you're not super well versed on is LARPing. If you're just saying LARP for the sake of the bit, I'm hard pressed to get that mad about it. Like, it's a really fun word to say, so you might just end up chucking it out there without meaning much by it. But because of its frequent usage, some people may have internalized the concept a little too much, where it's the go-to word to describe something they've experienced. I saw someone going into like an existential crisis, I'm exaggerating, over if they were the first person to LARP about something. Why does Minesweeper have sea mines? Isn't it supposed to represent a minefield? Oh my god, I'm actually the world's first Minesweeper LARPer. Apparently, a Minesweeper is an actual thing and is used for locating sea mines in the ocean. It was never a fucking minefield. In theory, I knew that sweeping for mines in a body of water was a thing that somebody had to do, like it had to be somebody out there's job. But not once did I ever think to connect the profession with specifically the game Minesweeper that was named after it. Because honestly, when on earth would I have ever needed to have that thought? I haven't played that game in years. It's not the sort of thing about the game Minesweeper that if you didn't know it, I think you deserve to be called a LARPer over, because all the context most people need to actually like have a conversation about the game can exist outside of that.
Minesweeper was such a simple fucking game, but it's a perfect game almost, and for what it does, it's really good, really addictive.
Folk, it was a game that was pre-installed on their computer that they had as a kid, and that's where the context needed.
Yeah, Minesweeper was always free, which was kind of crazy. They were like, "Hey, do you want to give your stuff away for free, and we'll include it in the operating system?" And the guy was like, "Yeah."
Starts and stops. But if you're like a hardcore Minesweeper, maybe you're some kind of world record holder, or you're the type of freakazoid who practices it 5 hours a day, not knowing that the game is based specifically on minesweeping in bodies of water and not on demining, the term for removing landmines, then it might warrant your card as an authority figure on the subject being put in genuine jeopardy. Given the dude whose tweet we were reading was almost certainly playing it up for a joke, one might argue that hyperbole is LARPing the stakes of a situation. I hope by the time we're done here, the word LARP doesn't have any meaning to you anymore. Also, just a quick reminder that I use Cheeky soap to keep myself free of the grime and gunk that these videos make my skin crawl with. Cheeky has a ton of scents that I use to stay smelling fresh, and my recent go-to has been Licensed to Clean. This one has like a nice blend of musk and citrus. This is just the box because the bar is in my shower right now. But some of my other favorites include Giga Schmelin and the Touch Grass set, which I use whenever I'm not able to go and do it for real. Cheeky soap has moisturizing properties that have been very kind to like the desert dry flaky ass skin that I have on my body, and I never have to worry about running out because they have a subscription service that sends more to my door on the regular. If you're interested, you can use code QUITE to get 10% off Cheeky at the first link in the description, and it helps out the channel when you do. Now, for others, the act of LARPing itself is the hobby. We're becoming more authentically involved in the thing you're faking is antithetical to why you're doing it. It'd be like if the baby from 5 adults versus 1 secret baby had the dumbass idea of growing up in the middle of a video. The whole point of the video is to see if anyone else can tell that you aren't the thing you're pretending to be. And if they can't, you win. It's to the point where there's a genuine LARP arms race, where two parties who both don't know shit about something they're talking about compete to see who can pretend the hardest. And the meta has evolved so quickly, it's easy to get lost on it. Like, what do you mean I can LARP for more than just the social status? That being into a show I've never watched before. You're telling me that I can LARP for the love of the game? Luckily, you can get on this exciting new variant on the fan-favorite pastime of lying. We've got starter guides on how to LARP for the uninitiated for just about anything. And I mean just about anything. If you want to fake something as big as having like a hustler or a new money lifestyle, we've got you covered. Be sure to order fake designer shoes and take pictures of them just sitting in bins, never to be worn or seen on your person in public where someone might call you on bullshit. If you're at a mall with some friends to buy some stuff from Macy's, before you go break for lunch at the food court and buy a 10-piece from McDonald's, take a picture of a Louis Vuitton store you've never been to in order to post it to your Instagram. To make sure no one questions if you actually went inside, buy some empty designer bags off Etsy in bulk to make it look like you bought a lot of stuff. And pray that no one notices the bags are like too deflated to have anything actually inside them. The next time you're on vacation, anywhere even remotely nice, if you've ever been at all, take out your laptop and open it to a picture of your email to pretend that you're working even while you're on holiday. Sure, your email's probably heavily filled with notifications about how you're late on your bills, to just hope no one zooms in on the screen too much and ratios you in the replies. On the weekends, rent a Maybach, but do not go anywhere with it. Just bring a bunch of fits with you and take hundreds of pictures around the car with them, and ration how much you post those pictures to social media so it looks like you've had it for a while. Better yet, ask a friend for a favor and tell them to pretend that they're your driver. Buy a bunch of random tech. It doesn't matter if you know what it does. Ideally, you'll buy some cheap knockoffs and leave it in like just a giant pile of shit on your couch to make it look like you use them so often that you just throw your iPads wherever when you're done with them. This is essential to pretending you're actually employed in any way, shape, or form. And lastly, make sure you're keeping tabs on Pinterest for pictures of expensive flights to places you've never been to, going on trips you could never afford, to showcase the thousands of travel miles you are not racking up. Now, this example might be a little hard to reach for some of us out there. I understand that even LARPing about this lifestyle takes some startup capital to make believable. And the guy who made this tutorial almost certainly has some actual cash on hand. So if this LARP is out of your budget, don't worry. We also offer courses on how to LARP something as cheap as being a fan of a show you've never watched. Have you wanted to talk about The Boys with your friends and laugh at the inside jokes about it that you see all over Twitter, but you don't want to watch the show because of how bad you heard the final season is going? Lucky for you, we have the Spark Notes of things you need to know specifically to shitpost about it. Spoilers for The Boys till this timestamp if you want to skip. Make sure you are always glazing the deep. Don't mention a single thing he's actually done on the show, mind you, and never refer to him as anything other than the peak. This step is so important that you must be reminded of its importance a second time in this PowerPoint presentation. Also remember, no matter what anyone says, A-Train had the best redemption in fiction, but be sure to never explain how or why, and especially do not watch the episode where it actually culminates into his redemption. This post was made with fucking hatred, dude. Despite being the strongest in his